Switch the mics on, that'll help. Morning. How is everybody? I didn't realise that this thing, that twirly-whirly thing, thank you, darling. Yeah, I didn't realise that twirly-whirly thing was only on for like 30 seconds. Right, yes, I'm here a few minutes early before we get going, but as usual, when it comes to recording a YouTube video, it does take me a little bit of time just to kind of settle down and get my head in the right space. So we are a few minutes early, and I do need to just finish off doing a few other bits before we crack on. But anyway, thank you all very much indeed for tuning in this morning. Right, I also need to put on the correct microphone, and the blank is already loaded up on the bench. There you go. It is a rather large piece of wood. So I'm going to sort out my other microphone, and then I'll be back with you in a minute, I suppose. So chat amongst yourselves. Way. Okay, testing. 1, 2, 3. You should be able to hear this nicely. It looks like it. We'll go back over to that one. Right. Okay. Right, so just before we get going, I'll say it to you. I dare say a few more people may tune in towards this, but the weather's not too bad. So most of this people might be out shopping or in the garden or even wood tuning. Right, so what you're going to see today is basically the recording of a YouTube video. So you're going to watch the recording of my next YouTube project video. So I'll be doing it exactly as I would do normally, but you guys are going to be tuning in watching. I'm going to make a local recording, so I'm going to record it here, so I can then... Oh, you may not have been able to hear that, sorry. I don't need this microphone anymore. There we go, move that one out of the way. Sorry, what was I saying? Yes, what you're going to be seeing today is basically a recording of a YouTube video, but it's being streamed live, and I thought it would be interesting for people to see and hear exactly what goes into making one of my project videos. I'm going to be making a local recording here, which will then be edited into the produced video and then released hopefully sometime next week. Hopefully, fingers crossed. It is just mental here as normal. So I hope you enjoy it. It should be quite interesting. It is a very large piece of wood that is on the lathe, but I'll explain that as we get into the recording. And ever since I got up this morning, I've been going through in my head as to what I want to say during the project. I never script anything, or I think I have scripted one video once upon a time. I'm pretty sure I scripted one video once upon a time, and it was appalling. So none of the videos, apart from that one you've ever seen, have been scripted. Everything just comes off the top of my head, which occasionally leads to some bloopers, for want of a better word. So who knows? You might you might see me completely cock it up at some point this morning. Right. So we'll be a few minutes because I've still got to run through my head about the introduction and get into my head that I am streaming it as well. So I do need to try and ignore. I don't mean it, but I want to try and ignore you in the nicest possible way. Of course, I need to concentrate the fact that it is a recording. Anyway, I'm waffling, so I'm going to go and crack on finish doing what I need to do. Just double check that the cameras are okay, etc. Because I've got one camera that plays up a little bit, and I mustn't forget to hit the record button. Otherwise, I'm going to have to download it from YouTube. Right, let's crack on. Right, that one's working. I might change the white balance on that one a little bit. That does look quite loud, so I'm just going to reduce the volume a touch. Blah, 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 blah. There. And then just change the white balance of that camera. That's better. Lovely. Now I also need to do the white balance on the other cameras. White balance is really important when it comes to videoing, or at least I think white balance is really important. So we'll do the tailstock camera first. Put that up there. Now this, for those of you who don't know, this is a grey card. And it sets a neutral white balance, or rather a more accurate white balance on videos. Oh, good. This is the camera that's a little bit iffy at times, and its screen's beginning to die as well. So it's a bit of a pain in the bum to organise this one. White balance. Set white balance. Job done. Check the focus as well. I think that focus could be improved. Focus. Manual focus. There. So I'll leave that there, hopefully. Oh, look. I thought it had died for a minute. Okay, that's a good one. And then the spindle cam. Now this camera is as high as I can possibly get it, and I still can't get the piece fully in the screen, which is a bit of a bum, but never mind. We'll do the white balance on that one too. White balance, white balance, white balance, set white balance. There we go. Right, okay. This is really weird because I normally talk to myself, but I've got to get out of my head that there are people watching this morning. Right, okay. Nothing in my pockets. I've got the blank up there, and the blank's 18 by 4, if I remember correctly. Or it will be about 18 by 4. That's shade under. Okay, right, just myself. Now, I did say that I wouldn't be replying to any comments, but I can see them all here. And when I get going with the recording, I won't be replying to comments. But there's a question, there's a query there about cameras. If I put this camera on here, over the lathe, I'm using 3 video cameras. There's one here, there's one there, and there's one above the spindle. Everything out, and I need to change the white balance on this one. And the others, this one, and that one, they're all webcams. So bench camera, change the white balance, because that's important, because that looks horrendous. And you can see there into the wood turning shop. Change that white balance. Magic. Just pull that down a little bit, and just over there a touch. Brilliant. Okay, right. So I've got that one, and that one, and that one. Okay. All the cameras are working. I have coffee. Hi, Steve and Brian. Oh, actually, while I'm still faffing about, Chris, good morning. Paul, Chris, TJ, Brian, Norman, welcome along, everybody. I do hope you are all well. Oh, Andrew, Wyvie Woodshed. Hello, mate. Nice to see you too. Good morning, Matthias. Right, okay. Got to psych myself up for this. This is very bizarre. Silly, really. I've done it hundreds of times. I suppose the best thing to do is to just crack on and do it, isn't it? Before the microphone dies, I guess. Morning, Martin in Northern Ireland. How are you? I ought to have a little tidy up as well in the background. Move the kitchen towel. What else can we see? I don't mind the lumps of wood. Ah, it's fine. Okay. Make some space on the bench here. I am just delaying. These are all delaying tactics, just finding something else to do. Bloody nuts. Okay, right. I think I've got some things clear in my head now. Right, okay. So this is how it's going to work. In any minute now, I'm going to actually start doing the recording. In fact, I'll hit the record button now so I don't forget. Start recording. There we go. Right, so I'm now making a local recording. It's only of the videos, only of the video stream. Morning, Mark. Yeah, so it's only going to be of the video stream, so none of your comments and stuff are going to be in the final cut. Now, what's going to happen is when I start the video, I'm going to be starting it essentially a few minutes or a couple of minutes into what I envisage the final edit to be, because I want to do the introduction for this video with the finished piece. So I'm going to start essentially a few minutes into the video, so the first few seconds aren't going to make any sense to you, but it will all come together in the final edit. That, as I said, when I've edited all this down, it will be it will all make sense when I can form a sentence and I get it out published next week. Oh, must do something about that sticky bit. Right, so let's take this off here. This is a super heavy lump of wood. Right, okay, I'm going to get started any second now. I want to introduce the piece of wood to everybody. So introduce that. So you've just seen the finished piece. Now here is the original lump of wood. It's mounted on a large chuck mounted faceplate on a Supernova chuck. Bowl gouges there already sharp. We're all good. Right, okay. Okay, right. Okay, one last vape and then we'll go. Apologies if you can hear me sucking on my vape. I don't like doing it on screen. Right, okay. I'll just clean the face shield because I think I'll probably be end up wearing that at least for a little bit, just until it gets round, I suppose. The other thing with these live things, you know, or even just recording videos, is you've really got to step up your energy level, because if you talk normally, people have a habit of sounding really dull. So you've got to up your energy level and change your intonation, get a bit more excited than you would do perhaps in a normal conversation. Right. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Right. I'm going to be ignoring comments from now, everybody, if that's okay. This is ridiculous. This is absolute. This is this is so bizarre. Let's just crack that up like that. That'll do. Right. So I'm doing the introduction at the end when the piece is finished. So cut to me here. Don't need the safety glasses on. Mic. Everything else looks okay. Right, okay, let's let's do this, because if I don't get started, I will be here all day just talking absolute crap. Absolute rubbish. Sorry if there's any kids watching. 3, 2, 1, here we go. Right, okay, you have just seen how the finished piece looks, but let's just rewind a bit now and take a look at the very large blank that we are actually going to be using for this project. Oh, damn it, do it again. Right, so you have just seen the finished project. Now let's take a look at the blank, the lump of wood that we're going to be using to make that rather large, attractive bowl. It is a very heavy piece of sycamore. It's got to weigh 10 kilos, I suppose, something like that. And it's about 19 by 4. It's not quite, so that's nearly 500 mil by 100 mil, something like that. And it's mounted to a very large chuck mounted faceplate that I'm going to be putting onto Supernova chuck. Ow. Oh. Okay, do it again. I've just dropped it. It's going well. Third time's a charm. Right, so you have just seen the finished piece. Now, let's rewind a bit and take a look at the very large lump of sycamore we're going to be using to make that bowl. It's about 19 by 4 inches, which in metric is 460 by, well, it's just a shade under 100 mil. So it's mounted to a very large chuck mounted faceplate with some sensible wood screws, and it is going to be going on a large set of jaws on a Supernova chuck. So let's just mount this up here. Let's mount that on there nicely. Make sure the two keys are nice and tight. Now the camera you're looking at here, I can't get it wide enough to fit the whole piece in the frame, which is a bit of a bind, but you know, it is what it is. So what am I aiming for? Well, here is a diagram of the bowl that I have drawn out on the computer. I took the maximum dimensions that I could off the blank, and this is what I'm going for. So as you've seen, it's a 2-part bowl, really quite large. It's definitely something for the centerpiece of a large coffee table or a dining table, or whatever you want, really. You know, hopefully somebody's going to buy it. And it's a 2-part bowl, and here is the blank for the bottom. Now I'll talk about the bottom when we when we get to it. But for now, I've got to work and concentrate on turning this shape here. And I don't want a single straight line anywhere. Now, if you take a look there, the bottom of the bowl is completely round, although there will be a teeny tiny little flat on it. So when you take the bowl off, you can put it down somewhere else and use the base bit as perhaps a little tray or something like that. So it's, and even if you turn it over, you've got a little bowl there as well. Let's do that bit again. I've mounted it, I've done that bit, I've done that bit, I've done that bit. Can't remember what I've just said previous to that, but never mind. Right, so for now, before we get onto the bottom, I just need to concentrate on this nice, elegant shape of the bowl. And if you look, there's no flats on the bowl at all. There's no foot, there's nothing. But there will be a very, very small flat on the very, very bottom of the bowl, which means you can take it off and you can use it as a decorative bowl, or probably even a utilitarian bowl off to one side, whilst the base itself is essentially a tray this way, and it will be a tray the other way as well. So it's a really multifunctional piece, and hopefully you would have seen it's a really attractive piece. But as I'm recording this, I've got no idea how it's going to turn out. Right, so it is mounted on the lathe. I have slowed the lathe right down. I'm happy that it's secure. I'm going to bring the tailstock up for a little bit of additional support just while I get it round. And I really do need to maximize the amount of piece that we've got, or rather minimize the wastage. That would be an easier way to put it. Minimize the wastage. Line the tailstock up. Give that a little spin. That's okay. Just take it out a tiny little bit. Now the lathe I'm using is a Vicmark VL300, which has a 24-inch swing, which is absolutely brilliant. This is the biggest piece I've ever turned on it, and I've had the lathe something like 3 years. Right, I'm going to stick my face shield on. Do that again. Put my hat back round the right way. Do that again. Right, I'm going to put my face shield on, at least for the initial roughing down part of this. There we go. Might make the microphone sound a little bit funny. Just double check that everything is locked into place and I'm happy with it. And then we can get started. And I really do need to minimize the waste. And I'm going to do this with a half inch bowl gouge. And if you take a look at the screen here is a picture of my actual bowl gouges that I use. I'm using the Robert Sorby Excelsior bowl gouges, mostly ground to 55 degrees with the heel taken off. Why 55 degrees? Well, to be honest, I find 55 degrees to be less aggressive than 45 degrees. Damn. Do it again. Do it again, do it again, do it again. Okay, right, to turn the majority of this project, I'm going to be using, oh, damn it. This is really annoying. Okay, right. To start this project, and probably to do most of it, I'm going to be using a 1/2 inch bowl gouge. This is a nice big blank, so I think I need to have a fairly chunky, sturdy tool. So here is the picture of the bowl blank. No, damn! That's not a bowl blank, that is a bowl gouge. Right, let's put that back up there and do that properly. Okay. Right, so the tool I'm going to be using for most of this project is going to be a 1/2 inch bowl gouge. There is a picture of the bowl gouge just there. It's ground to 55 degrees with the heel taken off. I like 55 degrees because it is not as aggressive as a 45-degree grind on a bowl gouge. And I prefer that, and I can also get a perfectly good surface using a less aggressive tool, so long as, it's presented correctly and all that other good stuff. Right, so I've got the tool rest at a height that when the tool is presented to the work, I'm cutting right on the center line. So let's just take a look over there. Because of the size of this blank, it's going to look a little bit, some of the angles are going to look a little bit funny, at least until we get started a little bit. And the other thing that is really bugging me about this blank is that it's got some worm. It's got some worm. Let's just adjust the focus and I'll do that again. There we go. Okay, right, we'll do that again. I didn't like the bit about the angles. Tailstock. Yeah, tailstock. Right, so to get started, I've got the tool rest at a height that when I start to rough the blank down using the bowl gouge, I'm cutting right on or just below the center line. And there's one thing about this blank that is a little bit disappointing at the moment, and that is it's got some worm. And there's more worm on this side than what is essentially going to be the top of the bowl over here. So I've actually mounted it this way, so most of these wormholes should hopefully, fingers crossed, not be in the final piece. But you would have seen that if they are at the end, at the beginning even. Okay, right, so because this is such a large piece, I've got the lathe right down slow at the moment, and I'm going to build the speed up slowly just to see if there's going to be any wobble. And we're good at the moment. That's at 237 RPM. And that will do for now. Okay. So with the handle down, just double check everything's locked. I'm going to just start to round this blank down ever slowly. Take my time, there's no need to rush. I don't like that exposure. Let's do that again. It's a little bit on the bright side, so let's just drop that down a little bit. That's better. Start the lathe up again. And we're on the bench cam. Okay, there we go. So I'm taking it nice and easy. I don't want to rush this. one thing I love about Sycamore is, you know, just how easy it cuts. This piece has been floating around the workshops for probably 4 years, I suppose, something like that. Let's just have a look at that. Okay, we're not quite round. We've still got a little bit of the covering wax up here. Nearly there. A few more cuts and we'll be good. Actually, I think I prefer that angle. Yeah. Let's just slide the tailstock in a little bit. Ooh. That's kicking a little bit. Aha, there's the cut. Off button. Oh, look at that worm. Oh, that is so annoying. Worm, 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 worm. Okay, well, hopefully they won't be too much deeper than that. Otherwise, do that again. Look, so now I've got the blank round. Do it again. Okay. Do it again, do it again, do it again. Right. So now I've got the blank round. I'm getting into where the worm is, or the worms have been. And look, you know, we're actually getting some fairly sizable wormholes there, but I really want to finish it. So I'm going to have to probably look at how we're going to do those, fill those later on. Very disappointing, but I'm sure the results are going to be okay. Next what I've got to do is now I've got to start putting the shape on. And I want to make sure that I've got a nice flat bottom to start with for the tenon. So let's just get the tool rest in the right place, just to flatten off the bottom. It shouldn't be too bad. Oh, tool rest is far too low. Tool rest camera, there we go. And that's a little bit high. So let's just, this is the dodgy camera, so we'll just lower that down a little bit carefully. Just move it in that way a touch. Like that there should do. Okay, right, let's get this blank round. Sorry, no, we've done that. Now I'm going to flatten off the bottom in order to put the tenon on. It's fairly flat already, which is good. Now, as the bottom here is a little bit wobbly, I'm just letting the gouge bounce as it comes across. I'm not trying to force the gouge into the piece. I just want the gouge to take off as much as it can. And now I'm beginning to cut on the end of the tool rest here. I'm actually going to move the tool rest out a little bit because it's strongest over the centre of the gouge. I see a lot of broken tool rests, and it's because people are cutting right on the edge, right on the end of the tool rest, where it's weakest. So if you cut over the centre of the tool rest, you won't break it. Okay, there we are. Oh, look at all that. That is just horrendous. Look. Growl. Not good. Not good. Right, okay. Now what do I need? I need a set of calipers. Where are my calipers? There they are. They're not the right ones. And how big's the tenon? 115. Which is going to be just there. Move that out of the way for a minute. Oh, come on. There. Okay, so what I've done there is I've just marked on the tenon there, which is 115 millimeters. That will perfectly suit the. Do that again. Let's do this actually. This will look a little bit better. Let's just start that. And then we can cut to that. So, right, okay, so what I've just done here is I have put on a mark there for the tenon, which will... Oh, that's the wrong camera! That's the one I want. Do it again. Idiot. Okay. Do that again. There's the tool rest camera, so there's the mark for the tenon. So what I've just done here is I've just put on the mark there for the tenon that when I've cut it will perfectly fit the jaws that the faceplate is in at the moment. Now the next bit really is pure butchery. I don't want a very, very big tenon on this. In fact, actually what I might do, am I going to do that? It will get rid of some of the wormholes. Let me think. I know the bowl needs to be 94 mil thick or 94 mil deep, which is exactly where it is now. Damn. Okay. Where was I? Okay, right. I've just done the tenon there, which will perfectly fit the jaws of the chuck, and now I need the bowl's got to be 94 mil. The bowl's got to be 94 mil, so I've got to try and keep as much of the tenon as I can when I turn it round, which will be okay. Oh, it's going to be all tenon. Oh, things are going to have to be a little bit different. Never mind. I can't do anything about that. Okay, so right. Right. So I've done that. Now let me just do that again because I don't think the edit's going to work. Okay. Right. Come to that. La 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 la. Okay, right, so there is a mark for the tenon, which will perfectly fit the chuck that the faceplate is on at the moment. Now, the next bit is pretty much pure butchery. I need to take off and use a smaller tenon as I possibly can with this, so it's probably only going to be about 5 or 6 millimeters deep, which is about 1/8 of an inch. So I'm going to take off all of this first. I'm going to take off all of this down to about 5 mil, something like that, 5, 6. Have a look, see if I'll be happy with a tenon that small for a piece this big, and go with it from there. So let's get rid of all of that wood. I'll stay with the, do that again. I'll stay with the 1/2 inch gouge. Just drop the tool rest a little bit. I'll stay with the 1/2 inch gouge to take that wood off. And again, I'm not going to rush. Just going to let the gouge do exactly what it needs to do. Speed the lathe up a little bit. Okay, right, there we go. That's the tenon cut in there. There's the tenon. And now I'm just going to tidy that up and put the dovetail on using a spindle gouge. Let's get the tool rest up a little bit higher. I'm just going to put the tenon on. Using a spindle gouge carefully. You don't want to take off that much all at once. Make sure you've got a nice square shoulder at the bottom there. ease that dovetail in. That looks good. And then just flatten off. Flatten off there. No, that's not good enough. There's a little lip just inside there which I'm not happy with. And as this is such a large blank, I want to make sure that is absolutely crisp. Like that, that looks pretty good. Okay, right, so that, I'm happy with that. I am going to lose a little bit on the height of the bowl, or the depth of the bowl compared to what I was originally planning, but hey ho, it is what it is. Now the other thing that is really bugging me is the wormholes here. Now I am hoping that most of them are going to disappear. They'll be able to turn away, but at the moment I am fearing the worst. So now I'm going to start to make the shape. Now as we've already seen here, we've got a really nice elegant shape. So I need to visualize in my head a shape that comes, where's that camera? So what have I just said? I've just said a shape that comes round here all the way from the bottom of the tenon, almost as much as I possibly can. I think I'm going to have to lose a little bit of it, but this is the rough shape that I want to get. There we go. If I just move that over there, that's pretty much what I'm aiming for, just there. And again, apologies that I can't get the whole thing in, but the camera is as high as it can possibly be. So as you can see, I need to remove all of this round here, but not very much at the bottom, but I do need to be careful. Now what I am going to do is I'm not going to, let's do that again. Let's have a mouthful of coffee first. Now I am far more interested in the shape or the form of this piece than I am any amount of waste. Form for me, form and shape are far more important than any waste of wood, but that's a demonstration and another demonstration, and you can learn the reasons why. But basically it's got to look good from a distance first, and if I need to lose a bit of wood and waste a bit, so be it. And also I can't call this, it's too thin to damn, do it again. That's annoying. We'll do it again. In fact, I'll probably scrub all of that bit out. So where was I? I've just done that. That's the tenon. Right, let's do the shapey bit again. Okay, there we go. Right, so this is the shape of the bowl roughly that I want to get. Now, it's not going to be exactly the same as that because I think I'm going to have to lose a little bit on the height of the piece compared to that drawing. But hey ho, it is what it is. If I've got to waste a little bit of wood in order to get exactly what I want, or to adjust the design ever so slightly, then so be it. So next what I've got to do is I have got to start making this shape. Taking into consideration, I want to save as much of the tenon as possible, which I'm not absolutely sure I'm going to be able to, but there we are. As I said, it is what it is, but we will see how it goes. I'm going to sharpen the bowl gouge now. Let's do that again. So we can cut there, and then we'll go over to the Pro Edge. Change the white balance on the Pro Edge because I'm not happy with that. Turn that white balance off and zoom in. That'll do. That'll do. Right, so I've just talked about that shape. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about sharpening. Right, so before I start do that again. So before I start shaping the bowl, I want to put a nice fresh edge on the gouge. And as I said, it's at 55 degrees. So I'm using 45 degrees here on the Pro Set and hole number 3, which will give me approximately 55 degrees. There we go. And then back over to the bowl. I'm now going to start shaping. It's going to take a little while. So I dare say there'll be some music coming up now. Start the lathe up. So with the tool rest quite far down, oh, the focus is gone. Let's just change that. There we go. Right, so with the tool rest quite a long way down, and a nice shot bowl gouge, I'm just going to start to put the shape on here. It's going to take a little while because I'm going to be very, very picky about the shape I'm putting on here. Now you might be able to see that there's also quite a lot of dust coming off here from the very annoying wormhole. So I'm actually going to do this with the dust mask on and my overhead fan, just to help push the dust down a little bit. So I'm going to put my mask on, my dust mask that is. Put the fan on. Do, 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 do. Okay. Right, as you can see there, we're getting to a point now where we are approaching the shape that we want. And also, luckily, most of those nasty wormholes have come out. And I think we'll also lose more of these as we get round to the final shape. So if we just have another look at that, you can see I need to take a little bit more off here, and just off screen back down here somewhere I just need to bring that curve right up to the edge. And you can also see I'm probably going to lose most of the tenon, which is a little bit of a shame, but hey ho, never mind. The blank isn't quite behaving as I was hoping it would. So what I've just got to finish off doing now is just finish off that curve and make sure that it is absolutely perfectly smooth with no flats on it anywhere. That is the goal. So mask back on because there's still some dust coming off. Clean the face shield up a little bit as well because that is very dusty now. Clean that off. Okay, let's just get this on comfortably. Right, here we go again. That corner, I think. Right. Oops. Right. Okay, that will do for now. Let's do that again. Right, face shield comes off. No, why am I nah. Right, face shield. No, I've done it again. Muppet. Okay, right, that will do for now. Most of those really nasty wormholes have come out, but I definitely need to do something with them. You can just see them around here. They're really bright white, and I don't like them. I really don't like them. So we definitely need to do something with them. Now, I've got a few options. I can fill them up with dust, but they're going to look like that. Well, let's put it on that camera. No, let's leave it on that one. Okay. Do that again. Right, so that's good for the shape for now, at least. I think I might need to tweak it just a little bit. Not sure. That was terrible. Who makes stupid noises like that? No, let's do that again. Oh. All right, face shield off. Right, so there is the roughly finished shape. I'm happy with it, and I think I've got enough room to play with to pull the curve down there and save a little bit of the tenon. I don't think I'm going to be able to save very much, mind you. But I still have these really nasty wormholes. Granted, there are far fewer of them than before, which is a godsend, to be fair. So I've got a few options with what to do. I can either fill them with dust, but they will stay bright white like that, or I can fill them up with some metal powder. But I'm also not keen on that idea either. But I think that's the only way we're actually going to do it. So I'm going to blow those out, fill them up as much as I possibly can, and run with it and see what happens. And I think we'll use, I don't know, probably brass or copper. Very annoying. Very annoying. In fact, it's doubly annoying because I'm going to have to set up another camera to show you how to do it. That won't be in the edit for those of you watching on YouTube. Okay, that's a real pain in the bum. Okay. Right, let's just blow that out. Actually, I've got a dentist stick. I've got a dentist needle somewhere. Ah, there it is. Let's just pick that dust out of there. Or of course, the other option is to just leave them and don't try and hide them, which I think might be the way I'm going to go. I'm just going to clean them out. Sorry, let's try and finish that sentence. Let's do that again. The other option, of course, is to leave them as they are. Why? Yeah, just leave them as they are. Although they are relatively unattractive when they are full of dust, when they're opened up, they actually make for quite an interesting feature. And in one sense, if you think about it, if you try and hide it, and make a deliberate feature of it, what I have found with metal powders and stuff is that they have a habit of sort of spreading out a little bit and getting into the surrounding grain. So I think I'm just going to leave them as they are. There's no worm in there anymore, so I think we'll just leave them, and I'll go through and I'll go round each of them and just pull out the dust to clean them out, and then we'll just leave it, I think. But in fact, I don't think there's any point in cleaning them out until it's sanded. So let's just leave it. Save myself some time. Right, so there's that. Now I will do, no I won't. I'm not going to do any sanding on the outside for now, because after I've taken out the inside and reverse mounted it, I need to reverse mount it again on a vacuum chuck in order to take the tenon off, and it's at that point I'll be able to refine the shape if I need to. So now I can reverse mount it. Right. Right, I'm going to pause the recording just there because I need a comfort break, and then we'll come back and we'll start again. So for those of you watching on YouTube, 5 minutes and I'll be back. Right, okay, I'm back. I'm back. Just walking around the garden centre. I've made a child cry. Um, oh dear, it's what happens sometimes when they start running round forklift trucks and stuff. But never mind. Right. Okay, now I need another cup of coffee actually, and then take the faceplate off this and move those shavings out of the way, so I've got somewhere nice to stand. Right, take that off. That's very heavy. Right, and then I need to hit the record button again. Okay. Right. Screwdriver. Take these screws out. For those of you watching on social media, I don't think this is going to take a massive length of time longer. So I expect I'll do a Q&A at the end if anybody's interested and you want to hang around. I've got no idea exactly how long we're going to be, but if you're around or if you want to cut later, then tune in and see if if I'm still here. Right, I'm going to go and make a cup of coffee or ask Natalia to make me one, and then we'll be back. Right, okay. Big thanks to Paul Kavanagh in Northern Ireland, who has phoned the shop. Martin Kavanagh. Martin Kavanagh is a customer. Sorry. Big thank you to Paul Kavanagh in Northern Ireland, who has phoned the shop to tell me that I didn't put my microphone back on. So apologies for that. It has been recording locally, so we haven't lost anything for the video. Right, okay. So just to let you know what's what's going on here, I'm just cleaning off the surface, and I'm then going to just work out how thick I want the rim to be. So Paul, big thumbs up to you, mate. Thank you very much indeed. Much appreciated. Right, back to the recording. Such an amateur. Oh no, that's the wrong camera, and I want to move it this way now anyway, so that's good news. Right, okay, I do need to take a little bit more off here, and we'll do a little bit on that camera too, just so I can edit that in. Okay, right, there we go. Okay, right, there we go. There's the piece, and it's not the most exciting looking blank, or not the most exciting piece of wood ever. So I'm just going to have a very quick look, and just to double check how thick I want these walls to be. I think I remember. So I'm just going to have a quick look at my diagram. 25 millimeters. So that's not particularly thick. Bad ruler. Let's use the calipers. $25 mil. Just there. Okay, right, so okay, now there's the wall thickness that we're going to be going for. Not particularly thin, not particularly thick. But if we take a look at the complete bowl there, they work. Now that's the most important thing. Yes, turning really, really thin walls is great, but sometimes too thin, or rather thin walls, I think actually detract from the piece. Fantastic as a display of skill, but quite often if a piece is utilitarian, thin walls are perhaps not the most advisable things to do. So the process we're going to have to go through for this piece is essentially a thin wall turning technique, even though the walls are not particularly thick. So we're going to go with a thin wall, which means I've got to take out a little bit at a time, putting the bowl gouge through its normal arc of movement, so I've got to do it step by step by step. So it is going to take a little bit of time. So I dare say whilst I'm doing this, there's going to be some music playing. So what I will do first is I'll take a little bit out in the middle, and then I'll start on the walls and working those down. Get the tool rest at the right height. That is always handy. And I'm working on the other side of the bowl now, so it doesn't need sharpening yet. Tool rest is still too low. That's about right. Speed the lathe up. Get it up to, it's about 560. That's as fast as I want to go. So it's not particularly fast, but it's fast enough. You know, some of you might be asking why I haven't cored any of this out. The simple reason, well, there are two reasons. One, it's not really thick enough in order to get a reasonable size blank out of it. And two, I've lent my bowl coring system to someone else and haven't had it back yet. Now, tool presentation is, so important. Sharpen the gouge again. Let's just sharpen the gouge again. Now you might, blah 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 blah. Let's try that again. Most of the time on the Pro Edge I will be using a diamond belt, but recently I've been putting another edge or refreshing the edge on my gouges and tools. So I've left it on there for this piece simply because I can get a very, very robust edge on the tool rather than the nicely refined one that I would normally get. And that, I think, will just give me a few extra cuts before I need to refresh the edge again. But when it comes to putting the finishing cuts on with the 3/8 bowl gouge, when that needs sharpening, I will be doing that with the diamond belt. So let's get back to this. I'm just taking a little bit out here, a little bit of the bulk out the middle, so I can start to go through the actual hollowing process proper. This is all just prep work, essentially. And with the lathe running quite slowly, it's very important to keep that tool presentation as good as you possibly can. Not that it matters that much particularly, because all of this wood is going to disappear, but it's nice to have a good safe cut, even though essentially what we're doing here is butchery. Wow. Cool, this gouge is getting quite toasty. So whilst that gouge is cooling down, I'm going to switch over to a different one. It's a little bit cooler. Same grind. Whoop, come on. Now, as we approach the pencil mark there, I'm being a little bit more careful with the cuts, making them a little bit smaller. Okay, right now we're going to start approaching our pencil line. And now I want to make sure that my bevel is parallel to the outside wall, and that will give me a fighting chance of getting a parallel wall all the way down from the top to the bottom. So bevel parallel to the pencil mark, bevel parallel to the wall, and let's just start to hollow this bowl out properly. And I'm going to do a little bit at a time, and I'm going to check each time I finish a cut that the wall is parallel, because after we start to take out a load of this lump here in the middle, I'm not going to be able to come back out here in order to make any cuts if it's not parallel. So it's a case of just taking your time, going down sort of an inch at a time, little bit, just edging your way down to the bottom, making sure that every single cut is parallel to the outside wall. Look at these shavings. These shavings are absolutely magic. Here we go. Again. That's good. Now I'm going to move over to a 3/8 just to take off this little ridge. I want a little bit more speed in the lathe if I can. Otherwise I'm going to be here all weekend. That's nice. Take a little bit off the top here before it's too late. Nice, easy cut. That is super. I'm liking that very much. Okay, right, back to the 1/2 inch gouge now to take off some of this. Now I'm going to do a backwards cut here. Got to be very careful doing this, because if it's not bevel supported, you can end up in all sorts of trouble. Back to the 3/8. That's nice. Back to the 1/2 inch. It's getting a little bit thick. We'll take a tiny little cut down there. That's nice. Right, move the tool rest in a little bit and then back to the 1/2 inch, and I can start to take this bit out. Again, like I said, if you're going to do a back cut like this, you've got to do it very, very carefully and make sure that it is bevel supported all the way down before you get yourself into any trouble. Now, the Taurus is a little bit on the high side now, so I'm just going to drop that down a little bit. Back to the butchery. Change of camera angle. need a new edge on it in a minute. Yeah, that needs a new edge on it. It's beginning to be a little bit unhappy. So while I'm here, I'll put an edge back on both of them. Oh, what's happened there? I forgot, this one's 50 degrees. Haha, not 45. There we go. Sorry, not 55. That won't make the final edit. Right, and then the other one. This one's 55. This is one of my normal gouges. The other one is a spare. And then knock the heel off it. Okay, right, now we can come back to here. Right, we are making good progress here. We've got a really nice edge. The walls are nice and parallel. And look, there's no wormholes on the inside at the moment. That's really promising. So I'm very happy about that. So many shavings. Lovely. Okay, right, so I'm going to carry on taking this down now. Yeah, that camera will do. Sorry, I'm right in your way there. Let's use that camera. Now, the deeper we go, the lighter I'm having to make these cuts. Let's go back to 3/8. Oop. Okay, it's getting a little bit thick from about there, so I need to thin it out a bit. Thin it out from about here. Got to do this super carefully because the bowl's going to start to wobble soon or flap. Let's just check that. Still getting a little bit thick. Oops. Still a little bit on the thick side. Super light cut to stop the bowl flapping because it's quite weak. Let's just check that again. Okay, a little bit more. Find the cut. There it is. That shake's a little bit annoying. So ease off the pressure and that'll stop. Yee. There we go. That's better. It's got a little lump just here now. Let's see if we can get rid of that lump carefully. Just find the bevel, pick up that cut and just ease it through. There we go. And that cut should drop off naturally, just like that. That's better. Okay, right. Nearly there. Back to the 3/8 to take the next cut down. Super. There's a couple of ridges out the top here, which is a little bit too late now to go back and try and sort them out, but they'll come out with sanding. Right, now we can take out the majority of this lump in the middle. A little change of camera for you. And change of gouge for me. Ooh, come on. Three-eighths again. Fresh edge. Oh, that one. Ooh. Super light cuts in now because the gouge is quite a long way over the tool rest, and it's just starting to vibrate a little bit. So in order to avoid as much shake as possible, I'm taking tiny little cuts. It has to be a little bit deeper. So I'm taking tiny little cuts to get down to where I want to be. Ooh, nasty. Did you hear that? Let's take a little bit out of there. Little bit deeper still, I think. No, I think we'll be all right. Okay, right, now I'm going to adjust the tool rest, move that in a little bit, make sure the rim's not going to catch on the banjo. Back to the ½ inch. And get rid of some more. Take this out nice and steady. Good. Right. 3/8 again. I'm actually going to switch to a curved tool rest just to see if I can actually get the gouges any closer, which I can just about, but there's still Yeah. No. No, it's not quite going to reach. Yeah, it might. Let's give it a try and see what happens. No, I don't like that. Ooh, no. That doesn't feel right at all. It does on smaller pieces, but on a big piece like this, no, that feels weird, and I'm not willing to risk it. Ooh, that did feel a little bit odd. That's better. Let's have a feel of that. Yeah, that's feeling good. Right, just to get rid of that, and then we'll put the last couple of cuts in the bottom. Go back to a 1/2 inch gouge. Oh, gouge is quite a long way over the rest now with a funny angle, so got to ease up on those cuts. Make sure I don't put too much pressure on it. Take that out the bottom. Right, we're nearly there. Back to the 3/8. A little bit ragged there at the bottom. Oh no, it's all right. Super light cuts at the end because I don't want to pull that little plug out. Cool. This needs a super feather-like touch around here. Just drop the tool rest a smidge. Yeah. Couple more cuts and we'll be done. Tiny, tiny, tiny little cuts at the end here. There, that'll do. I'm happy with that. Yeah, it's a fairly uninteresting piece of wood. So we'll have a play with that after I've done something to the rim, because I forgot to do the rim earlier on. Okay. I'm gonna do what I normally do on bowls for the last, certainly for the last year at least. I've actually been putting a little scallop on the bowl rims rather than just having them completely flat. I've been putting a little scallop on them, so that's what we're going to do here. And we'll do that with the 3/8. The tool rest is at a good height, so I'm going to take some very light cuts just to put a little scallop on that rim. I don't want it too deep. But a little deeper than that. A little bit deeper still, I think. Now I really should have done this earlier, because the what? Do that again. I should have done this earlier, before the bowl essentially was quite weak. You know, this is a very large piece, and by doing the rim at a much earlier stage would have been a little less nerve-wracking doing it now. But thankfully, a nice sharp gouge, a very low tool handle, and some nice tool presentation has just put that in there for me really nicely. Right. Now we've got to do some sanding, and there they are. There's those annoying little wormholes. Anyway, right, so now we've got to do some sanding, and then we're going to do some colour. Some of you aren't going to like that, but wait till you see what I have in mind. Although you would have already seen the finished piece at the beginning of the video, of course. Right, mask on, extract it on, sand it. You're not going to be able to hear me talk whilst I do the sanding, so we'll speed through it and put on some nice music for you. Right, we'll cut just there in the video. Put the extractor on. I'm going to cheat and use the drill, mainly because of time. Let's find, oh dear, oh blimey, it's a long way down. Or it's not a long way down, I'm not very tall, but oh god. I was on my feet all day yesterday, and pretty much all day the day before. Right, okay, here we go. Let's just pretend my knees don't ache. Right, here we go. Just very quickly, no, ignore that. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, right. I'll do that little bit about sanding. Oh, hang on, let's just get that in the right position. I've just dropped the drill. Let me reach over. You ever had one of those days where you think to yourself, Why? I'm in this, by the way, and I just need to close Les's blast gate. There we are. Right, so I've got the extractor on. I need the overhead fan on and my mask. Right, you probably won't be able to hear most of that, most of the noise that's going on here. So, right, yes. So now I've just done that, but I'll do a little bit more about the sanding, which I can then edit in. Okay, right. The bowl is now turned, and we're going to do some sanding. You're not going to be able to hear anything I say whilst I'm sanding, but my usual sanding routine is 120, 180, 240, 400. But because this piece is so big, and there are a few very small little ridges in there from where I had to take it down gradually, step by step, I'm actually going to start with 80 just to knock off those ridges in there. And there's nothing wrong with starting at 80 grit or 120. There might be something iffy about starting at 60 or 40, but most of the time I will start with 120. And I'm going to use a 3-inch arbor. This is a Simon Hope arbor, 3 inches. I normally prefer 2-inch ones, but again, because this piece is so big, I'm going to use the 3-inch. Okay, right. See you after this musical interlude.
Right, change of grit. Okay, another change of grit. What was that? Oh, there it is. So we're on to 180 now. Oh, that needs a little bit more. Okay, 240 grit. Nice one, 400. Right, I'm going to switch the
Right, there we go. Now the extractor has done a fantastic job of removing the dust. And the overhead fan has done a great job of pushing everything down into the extractor. But what I've also got in the down here in the corner of the workshop is, you might be able to hear it whirring in the background, but it's a 12-inch fan that is pulling loads of air out of here. I can't even close the workshop door when it's on because it just sucks it open. It's fantastic. So the air in here is nice and clean now. So I'll just let that do its thing for a few seconds, just before I talk about what I'm going to do next. Oh, and have a mouthful of dusty coffee. Right, switch that off. Oh, just switch the monitor off. No, no. What have I just done? 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 I am really worried now. Come on. Am I still? I hope I'm still there. I've lost this monitor, so let's turn that back on. Oh, Wally. Ah, right, there we go. Phew. What, I have got so many cameras. I know, yeah. I've got so many sockets down there. I just hit the wrong one and turned something else off. And for a horrible second there, I thought I'd actually just turned everything off. So let's just check the cameras work. Tool rest camera, tailstock camera. Spindle camera doesn't work. Okay. That one works. That one works. What about that one? That one works. Okay, so the spindle camera's dead. Well, it's not dead. It has just stopped working. So if I turn it off and on again. No. Right, let's have a little play with that down here. Oh, golly. Which one is it? Spindle cam, it's that one. Let me plug that in and see if that makes a difference. No, oh, well, never mind. I don't actually need the spindle camera anymore, really. Although it would be useful. But I can't turn... Oh, never mind. I'll make it work somehow. Right, okay, now, as I said earlier, before I so rudely interrupted myself by switching the wrong bits off. Now, we have this piece, and it is, that camera's broken too. Oh my God. And that one. And that one. Okay. Okay, that's that's very annoying. I am going to have to... Right, okay. Bear with me for a couple of minutes, folks. I'm going to have to do some work back here. So I'm going to change that camera. Bear with me a minute. I'm going to have to turn this off. Should still be there. And we're back. Right, let's just check the cameras work. Should still be able to hear me. Let's just check those. Spindle camera. Yay! Tailstock. Tool rest. Tailstock camera doesn't appear to be connected. Try again. I do need the tailstock camera to work. No, the tailstock camera hasn't reconnected. Okay. Spindle. That's the tool rest one. I don't know which one it is. Oh, it's got to be that one. Ah, that one there. Let's pull that out and stuff that back in again. Right, I'll be back in a minute. So I'm going to have to close OBS down and reopen it. Right, let's try that again. Tailstock, is that going to work? Yes. Spindle cam. Yes. Tool rest. Yay, look at that. Excellent. Good. We're back up and running. Now I've got to remember where I was in the video. Right, okay, yes, I remember where we were. Right, wrong camera. There we go. Right, back to the video. Right, okay, now we are sanded down to 400 grit. I always go to 400 grit. Very, very, very rarely will I actually go any higher than that. And that's mainly because I don't feel that there's a need to go any higher than 400 grit. So long as you can't see any scratch marks or surface marks, you're good. So what we're going to do here, because this is a very, very large, pretty boring looking piece of wood. Now it's very pretty as far as wood goes, but there's not much going for it. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to put a little bit of colour on it. Yes, we're going to colour it. Not very much, not very much. Subtlety. Something subtle, which is going to be the rim, I think, and then perhaps just a little fade of colour down. Oh, do that again. Excuse me. Oh, God. Right. Let's do that bit again. Okay, right, so we are now sanded down to 400 grit. I very rarely sand above 400 grit because I don't really feel that there's a need to. So long as you've got no visible scratches, no tool marks, no tear out or anything like that, 400 is pretty darn fine for me. Now, this is a very large, pretty-ish, but otherwise boring piece of wood. There's no figure in it really to talk about. There's no rippling, no quilting, no nothing. So really, it needs something to pep it up just a little bit. So what we're going to do is we are going to add some colour to it, just a bit, just around the rim of the piece, and perhaps a little fade down into the bowl. So I'm going to fire up the airbrush and find myself some colour. And somewhere in here I've got some colour. Now what am I going to do? Am I going the bottom, the base piece is a gloss black. So I think perhaps a very dark red. What do we think? Very dark red. Very dark red. Very, very dark red. So I want ruby. I want a little bit of ruby. And some black wherever the black's gone. Black. There we go. Now I'm going to put some gloves on because I get in trouble if I don't wear gloves. That should be up to pressure in a minute. There it is. Okay. Glasses on. Okay. So I'm going to speed the lathe up fairly quick for this in order to get a very smooth surface. And I'm going to start from the outside and just try and concentrate on the rim first and then do a little fade down into the bowl. And I'm going to start with the black. Start with the black. Just make sure that's squirting out nicely, which it is. Okay. So I'm going to start off the piece and then come in, and I only want a little bit of black because when the red goes on over the top, that's going to turn it into a dark red. Okay, now we've got the black on. I'll do that on a different camera as well. I'll fade that down just inside the bowl a little bit. Stop there and have a look. Oh yeah, that's nice. I like that. Now we'll switch over to the ruby. And get that faded down there too. Oh yeah. Oh yes, I'm liking that. I like that very much. That is quite a brave. That is quite brave. But I'm not going to change it. I like that. So I'm going to leave it to dry. and then I'm going to put a coat of oil on it. I might even darken that rim up a little bit more. No, I'm going to leave it. Okay, I'm going to leave that to dry for a couple of minutes. That feels dry now, actually. Right, now, because I'm using water-based colours here, what's happened is that it has just risen or raised the grain just a little bit. So with a 3M pad, I'm just going to denib that surface a little bit, working from the inside out. And that will also pull a little bit of colour off the surface. Wait for it to stop. Oh yeah, that's nice. That is super smooth. Now, two more things to do. Sorry, one more thing to do, because I'm going to do the other bit right at the end, is put some oil on it. Now, a piece this big, I don't think actually needs to be particularly shiny. I do genuinely think that when pieces get to a certain size, a shiny finish becomes overpowering, and the shine actually detracts from the piece itself. So something this size, I think, needs to be matte, satin, not very shiny, put it that way. So I'm going to put a coat of oil on at the end. I'm not going to put any oil on it now. The simple reason being, in a minute, I need to reverse mount this onto a vacuum chuck. And if I've got oil in there, that hasn't gone off, the vacuum chuck is actually going to pull that oil out of the wood and leave me with perhaps a surface that's going to be more difficult to finish. So now that's done, I need to switch the chuck over for a vacuum chuck. Let's just have a look at this. There we go. That's where we are so far. I'm very pleased with how that is looking. The curve is pretty much exactly as I want, and I think by the time we get the tenon off, it's going to be as close to my design as I want. So let's just put that over there for a minute. Take this off. And then vacuum chuck. So I use the Holdfast vacuum system, and there's a video on my channel about it if you want to have a look at it. Put the plastic washer on. Make sure that's nice and tight. Oh, something I forgot to do. I needed to leave that ball on the chuck because I can use this little gizmo here to line it up. So I'm going to put the bowl back on the chuck, I'll do this off camera and I'll just edit it later. Because not everything in YouTube land goes exactly to plan. Right, there we go. So the great thing about editing is I can now put in a cut and say, right, I've now no, let's just do that again. Okay, I've mounted the vacuum chuck to the no, I can't. I will put in a I will put in a cut and say, okay, I have now mounted the vacuum chuck to the lathe, and I have also left the bowl mounted to the chuck, to its chuck, and screwed in an M33 3.5mm Morse taper, which screws in the back, which allows me to slide the tailstock over that Morse taper, turn on the vacuum chuck, and I should be absolutely perfectly aligned. Okay, that feels good in there. Ooh. Oh! I'll tell you what, whosever idea this was to do a live YouTube video recording session needs to be shot, because I have mounted the vacuum chuck to the lathe, but I haven't put the vacuum system into the lathe in order to suck the piece onto it. So I'm now going to take the vacuum chuck off the lathe. And I'm going to put the sucky bit of the vacuum chuck, or the vacuum system, into the lathe. Perhaps I ought to watch my own video on how to use it. There we go. So professional. Okay. Right. Take however many. Right, so the vacuum chuck is now correctly mounted to the lathe, ready to receive the piece. Now, something else I've done here is I have actually left the piece mounted to the chuck and inserted an M33 3.5mm threaded number 2 Morse taper, which fits into the tailstock, which allows me to line the piece up perfectly before I switch the vacuum chuck on and take everything away, just like magic. And then I can just remove the chuck. Ooh. Let's just move that away from there. I can then remove the chuck, and the piece is nicely mounted on the lathe. That's brilliant. Right, now what I've got to do is I need to find myself a live center, because this is a big piece and I'm really only working on this bit. So for the most part, I can use a live center just to give me a little bit of support here. Just there, that should be just enough. Start the lathe up. Super. And then all I need to do is just work around there just to put the rest of that curve on. Right, sharpen the gouge. I'm going to do this with a 3/8 gouge, and I've got a spare one over here, so we're going to take the tenon off. Remember, we haven't actually done any sanding or finishing to the outside of this piece just yet. And if I zoom this camera in, if I zoom that camera in, you'll be able to see what I'm doing. There we go. Okay, right. So I'm using a 3/8 bowl gouge. I'll be back in a tick. A 3/8 bowl gouge, and I don't want to take all the tenon off all at once, because I need to remember I've got to run this curve down there, so I don't want to be taking off too much of the tenon all at once. I am going to move that, take the tailstock away for a minute. Get the tool rest right. And I do have to be very careful with the cut pressure here. Tool rest is a smidge too high still, just drop it down a little. It's going to need more off. Oh, sorry, my fingers are in the way. Getting there. Let's speed the lathe up a little bit. We're only turning here at 500 RPM, so it's not very quick. But the outside rim of the piece is turning surprisingly fast. That is very nearly there. It is going to need a little bit of sanding to just take out, because it's not running completely true now. I think with the length of time it's taken to do this, it has moved a little bit. Okay, right. Now I'm quite happy with the shape. Let's just move that camera over the top properly so you can see the shape I'm looking at. And if I put, you can see there that we're not too far off. So I'm quite happy with that. And we're just going to have to smooth the shape down a little bit. And then the last thing I need to do is put a little flat on the bottom, because I still have the base to do, believe it or not. So to put the flat on, I think I'm only going to put it on about this big, just out to this little ridge here. We'll put the flat in there. So the piece has got something to sit on when it's not in its base. And that, I think, is probably going to be enough. Just like that. Now, last thing to do for the actual bowl itself is to sand it. And then we'll blow out those nasty wormholes. And as I said earlier, we will just leave those wormholes in. So, get all the extraction and everything else running like that. And whilst I'm sanding, there will be a musical interlude. And then that'll be the bowl done. Right, extraction on, fan on, mask on. Zoom that camera out. Change the focus. There. Right, mask on.
And then we'll get sanded. Doopy doopy doo. So I'm still here. I'm just putting on a rubber chucky just to give it a little bit of support whilst I do this. A little bit of support doesn't hurt. This is needing a little bit more sanding than anticipated, but it is what it is. That's better. That's coming on. That feels nice. Oh. I'm not far from finishing this now. Last group now. Do.
Right.
Oh, hang on. Let's turn that back on. Oh,
Okay, right, that took a little bit longer than anticipated. Right, we're done. Make sure I hit the right switch this time. Okay, right, there we are. We're done. Now, on the outside of the bowl, and the inside, we're just going to put a very simple oil finish. Very simple. Just a couple of coats of Danish oil. Because, as I said before I started sanding, I don't think big pieces need to be very, very, very shiny. So, there's the piece. We've got a nice tiny little flat on the bottom, and we've got a really nice curve running around here. And I just think a simple oil finish is all that's going to be needed. So I'm going to put a single coat on now, and then I'll probably leave it and then do maybe another coat. Whoops. That's quite a lot of oil, but then there's quite a lot of oil. And then leave it for, well, over the weekend. Now I do want to make sure I get it into those wormholes so it doesn't look like I've forgotten them. I'm actually going to need to use the corner of the towel here. I could use a brush, but I don't really want to sacrifice a paintbrush. So I'll just dab that. Push that in there. Like that, just to make sure we get it all. I can always add a little bit more to it if I need to later. Just another coat. And then I'll turn it round, roughly stick it back on the vacuum chuck, just to put the oil on the inside. Right, turn it round, roughly mount it to the chuck. Doesn't have to be on super tight. And that is going to need just a little bit of sanding off because there's a tiny little mark. Okay, this is going to be a little bit interesting. There is a little mark on the inside there because obviously when I was doing the outside I had to have it on relatively tight or with quite a lot of suction. It's left a little mark, as you can probably see here. So what I'm going to do, very bravely, I'm going to try and realign this as accurately as possible and actually do a little bit more sanding in there just to remove that mark. So if I turn the vacuum down, I should be able to give it a little bang to try and realign it. Nearly there. Oh yeah. That'll do. I'll just put a little bit more suction on there. Hope for the best. So a little bit more. Right, so extractor on again. Now the other thing this will do, no actually let's do that again. Now the other thing this will do by doing a little bit more sanding on the inside there is just take off some of that colour that's faded quite a long way down, because whilst I was sanding the outside of it I was thinking to myself, you know what, it would be nice to remove just a little bit of this colour that's on the inside. So put the mask back on and we'll do a little bit of sanding on the inside just to take away that mark.
and also lose a little bit of that colour. Sorry.
Right, so things, oh, hang on, let's do that properly. So, things changed there in the space of about 2 minutes. I've still got the extractor running, so if you can hear that in the background, apologies. Things changed there in about 2 minutes. As I was sanding that, I thought, you know what, I'm just going to leave the rim. So I've actually started to sand back the actual bowl now. So I've actually got to go back down through the grits to get rid of the residue of the black that's there. So I've got to go back a little bit, and I'm going to go back to 240 just to see if that gets rid of the black, and then come back up through the grits to 400, which is going to give me that final surface. This is one of the lovely things about creative turning, adding color and stuff on wood, because if you don't like it, you can turn it off, you can sand it off most of the time, to either do it again or change what you've done, and that's exactly what we're doing here.
Got to centre it again. That's it, that's got it. Haha! I'm going to switch off the extractor.
That was the right thing to do. Not switch off the extractor. No, do that again. Right, okay. Right, so mask has come off. That was the right thing to do. Losing that colour, that gradient down onto the inside, I think was absolutely the right thing to do. The rim now is nice and strong, opening or leaving the big expanse of sycamore in there visible. So just take off the remaining dust and then we can put it there. Get it on quickly and evenly. So the oil there has just darkened the natural colour of the wood down a little bit. And when I put the oil on the rim, that's going to darken it down and should leave a really punchy, yeah, that works. Yeah, that works. That's quite a strong piece, that now. I'm liking that. Make sure it got all the oil in there. Yeah, that was definitely the right thing to do. Definitely, definitely. So switch off the vacuum chuck, give a little wipe over the back with the oily towel, and there is the bowl part finished. Yeah, very happy with that. And now we're going to work on the base. Pause for edit. Right, okay. For those of you watching on social media, I am going to stop the recording just here for a bit. And I think what we'll do is, because I'm really, really hungry, so I'm going to have something to eat. And if there are any questions or queries whilst I have my lunch, I will be very happy to answer them for you. So right, yeah, the recording is stopped, and I'm going to head over there to the other computer just to have my lunch, and then we'll look at the base of the piece. Okay, right, give me 5 minutes to go and find my lunch and grab a drink, and I'll be back where we can have a little chat, have a little social media chat. Oh, you know what? I can't even move the tool rest. You know, I don't want to leave it there. Let's move it. Right, yeah, give me 5 minutes, folks, and I'll be back with you. Hi folks. So forgive me whilst I eat my lunch doing this Q&A, but I am absolutely ravenous, and I think if I'm not careful, I will get too start making making mistakes. So I hope you enjoyed the first half, those of you that have been with me from the beginning, or have tuned in from the beginning rather. And again, please excuse me for eating my lunch. I will try and remember to mute my microphone whilst I'm chewing, because that won't be very nice, will it? Feeling very self-conscious. So does anybody have any questions at all based on the first part of that demo there, or that turning? Okay, two questions just there. TJ is asking, can you remind me of the chuck sizes that go with the vacuum chuck? Okay, Terry. The ones I've got on there, the one I've got on there at the moment, that one there, that is a 6-inch chuck, and there's also a 3-inch chuck, both of them from Woodfast. I got them from Turner's Retreat, and I've also got two from Simon Hope as well, but they don't come with the chuck, with the actual vacuum system. Oh, now here's a good question. Here's a good question from Steve. Are there any oils that don't darken the wood? In short, Steve, no, there aren't. Anything you put onto bare wood, even water, is going to darken it. Mineral oils darken the wood as well, not so much as a full-blown Danish oil, but there is no product out there that will not darken the wood or change it, normally darken it, even slightly. The closest thing that I make to it is my citrus burnishing oil. That has a tendency to keep the wood closer to its natural bare colour. Good question. Paul, beef or pork? Pork sausage. Martin Kavanagh, good morning, Martin, or good afternoon, Martin. Are vacuum chucks a good investment? Yes, I would say they are, if you're going to use them. You know, a tool is only worth the money if you're going to use it. I use the vacuum chuck for reverse mounting pieces that are larger than 14 inches in diameter, because 14 inches is as large as my coal jaws will go. And also for funny shaped bits with a round back. So it has its uses. So if you're going to use it and use it regularly, then yes, I would say they are a good investment. Good question, Martin. Chris Sullivan, where's his question there? Enjoy the session. Brilliant. Thanks, Chris. Can I ask, what is the extractor fan that you turned off last? And also, what kit do you use for airbrushing? Right. Okay, Chris. The main extractor that we have here at the shop, that goes through that wide mouth, big gape thing at the back there, that goes out to an Axminster Trade, huge, great thing, because it also extracts Les's workshop as well. And the other one down in the corner, you can't see it, but it is basically a 12-inch a 12-inch fan that we got from Amazon, and I think it spins at about something crazy like 15,000 RPM or something like that, and it just sucks the air out of here like nobody's business. I'll see if I can get a picture and I'll post it on Facebook or something. But yeah, that's the last one, and it does a really good job of just sucking all of the dust out of the air that's missed by the extractor. TJ's asking what the minimum pressure, what would the minimum be for a compressor to use the vacuum chuck? I wouldn't use an airbrush compressor, that's for sure. Something that will go up to, I think we've got our main compressor, it's way out the back in a shed. I think that's up to about 100 psi at the moment, because we use airlines as well. You would have to double check on the manufacturer's instructions on that, TJ, because I don't want to put my neck on the line publicly and say, oh, you need this. So double check with Woodfast as to the minimum they recommend. Oh, Chris Sullivan, the airbrush kit. The airbrush kit I use is the one I've been using for years, and we actually use it. We actually sell them now here in the wood turning shop. Hang on a minute. I'm just popping onto the website just to see if I can find it. Sandwiches now. Excuse me. Okay, let's share screen. Oh, hang on. Share screen. There you go, Chris. I use this one. It's a very simple little kit. The picture's not 100% accurate, but that's the compressor that I use. And as you can see, we haven't got any in stock at the moment. But airbrushes are always better when you have a tank with them rather than just the straightforward compressor, because you get a constant airflow rather than essentially a pulsing airflow like you would get when the pistons are going. Oh, and here's the rest of my kit, the rest of my setup. Right, there we go. You're welcome, Chris. Super question, Steve. Steve just asking, is there a ratio of bowl width to wall thickness to minimize the risk of flexing? It's a very good question, that, Steve. Basically, it depends on the wood. Spalted beech is going to be worse than sycamore. That's going to be worse than, say, oak, for example, maybe. There isn't an exact science to it. Where once you start getting down too thin, the wood's going to tell you. And at that point, don't go any thinner. But there isn't an exact ratio. Paul's asking when we're going to have compressors in stock. He's about 2 hours from us in July on holiday. Oh, fantastic, Paul. I need to order them, which will probably be sometime next week or the week after. Terry again. How long do I think the editing will take? Well, the great thing is, Terry, I've actually been editing it as we've been going. You know, I've been chopping and changing the cameras and stuff. They are the basic camera edits and cuts that will appear in the final thing. So after I take out the gaff and the faffing about and the what have you from the beginning, and when I've messed up my words, then the editing shouldn't take very long. I'll then just have to play around with some music and stuff. Hi, Gav. I'll just finish my other sandwich, then we'll get started again. This is definitely the biggest piece I've turned for a long time. Oh, dribbling. That's not very good. I'm trying to be all gentlemanly and not slurp or gulp or chew, but it's not working. Any other questions at all? Brian, thank you very much for finding that information out about the minimum requirements for a compressor for the Holdfast vacuum chuck. Much appreciated. Thank you. Mark, hello, Mark, over there in the US. Can we still buy it if you're in the US, as in the airbrush kit? To be absolutely honest with you, Mark, it would be cheaper to source an airbrush compressor and stuff locally to you in the US. Yes, I can send it to the US for you, no problem, but shipping is ridiculously expensive and you will be charged, oh, excuse me, Diet Coke. And you'll be charged an import duty as well. So my honest opinion is source one very similar to that locally in the US. Chris Dodd says, what's in my sandwich? Cheese and ham. Chris, my favourite, well, my second favourite, my absolute favourite is cheese and Bovril. Mark in America, Mark Lengel. If you haven't seen already, I'm coming to Texas in August for the SWAT Turning Symposium event at the end of August. If you're going, it'll be an absolute pleasure to meet you. Yeah, Mark Lengel again. I'm one of the lead demonstrators at the event, so I think I'm doing 4 rotations, something like that, which will include much more information about this particular bowl that I'm turning today. Should be good. I'm looking forward to it. Flights were extortionately expensive. Right, that's lunch done. Right. I think it's pretty much time that we get going again. Give me 5 minutes to go and have a little comfort break, and then we'll do the base. I'm really looking forward to that because it's small and we should be able to do it quickly, and I can let you guys get on with your day. Well, you could get on with your day anytime you like. Dowie says, do we sell blanks that size? If we could get the wood that size, Dowie, yes, we would, but we can't, so we won't. I've had that blank for probably, I don't know, 4 years, maybe, something like that. The price ticket was still on it yesterday, and it was 19. Yeah, it was roughly 19 by 4 inches. And when I bought it about 4 years ago from Yandles, it was £56. It's not £56 anymore if you were to get something that big, that's for sure. Steve, apart from Semtex, have you found any other ways to make Sapele exciting? I think, to be honest with you, Steve, the thing I did live back in 2020 was the last piece of Sapele I turned. Oh, I'm guessing Chris Dodds is in in Australia. Hi, Chris. Right. Please give me 5 minutes to go and have a comfort break, and then we will get project. So give me 5 minutes, folks, and I'll be back. Right, okay, we're now on the final furlong. I will be needing the vacuum chuck again in a little while, because I'm going to need to reverse mount the base. Let's just unscrew this. Oh no! Careful when you drop stuff in shavings. Let's just take that bit off. Yeah, this workshop looks like something has exploded in here, but that's not really different to usual, to be fair. Now I need a drive centre. Tool rest. Now I'm going to have to adjust the cameras a little bit. Let's pick up the right one. Yeah, because this piece is considerably smaller than the other one. Right, let's sort these cameras out. Focus on that one. That'll do. Then tailstock camera. Let's just turn that in a little bit. Oh, wrong way. Oh, what's going on there? There should do. And then the tool rest camera. This is the one that's a little bit iffy, so if this dies, I'm going to have to switch the... There it goes. That's just typical, isn't it? Right, I'm going to have to switch off the streaming software now to reconnect that properly. Apologies, I'll be back in a minute. Okay, let's see. Yeah, okay, good. Right, Paul Frost is just asking, how do you center the vacuum chuck? Paul, you will see when I reverse mount this piece. Right, sharpen bowl gouge, or bowl gouges. Where did I put my glasses? Safety glasses. Come on. They're not on my head. And then not there. Oh, I do need to learn to be more tidy. Where? I can't see them. They're not there. They're definitely not on my head because I've just had a quick look. There they are. Found them. Okay, right. Sharpen the bowl gouge. Right. Push that out of the way. We're going to have to do it like this. And that should be pretty flat. Yes, it is. Good. Start the recording again. Because the last thing I want to do is have to do any of this again. Right, so now we're going to be doing the bottom of the piece, or the stand for the what's it called? Bowl. We're going to have to just go in there to create the tenon. Yes, we've got to do the tenon first. Mount. Do the top of the bottom. Right, okay. Right, I'm ready now. I think. And I do need to find that other chuck quickly. There it is. Right, okay, here we go. That's that. Okay, right, with the bowl now finished with its coat of oils on, that's not right. So with the bowl now finished and its coats of oil on, that sounded terrible. Come on, you're better than that. Idiot. So with the bowl now finished with its oil on, we can start thinking about the bottom of the piece. And between centres here, I've got a square of sycamore already mounted up. And, because I'm doing the base square, I have already lacquered the pieces. Now I did two just in case something goes awry with this, because I do have to cut along the edges here. There's a lot of air that's going to be cut, so I've got one backup just in case. So the first thing I need to do is to put a tenon on it. So we'll go over the top. We'll go over the top for that. And because I'm not rounding it off, I'm going straight in here down the bottom. And we can get plenty of speed going. Actually, I just want to double check something. I want to check how wide it is, because this is not the final depth of the stand. It's actually 18 millimeters. So I need to take it down to there, which is the perfect size for a tenon. Right, so I've got a few millimeters I need to take off, and we'll get it spinning nice and quick. And it's black, and I can't see it very well. I can actually see it better on the on my monitor there. So we'll just take that in nice and gently. go, back into solid wood. Let's have a look, see if that's cutting out at all or tearing out the lacquer. No, that's actually holding, the lacquer is holding together beautifully. So let's just keep going. Oh, oops, I'll do one more cut. And just see how thick we are, because I need it to be just a shave over 18 millimeters. That's great. I just need to get this cut straight and we'll be really good. Right, so find the bevel. There's the bevel. And now I can work that down to a tenon size. Might be a little bit small for a tenon actually. And then switch over to a spindle gouge to sort the tenon out. Doesn't need to be very big. That'll do. Okay, right, now mount this onto a chuck. Let's put the chuck on there and hope I did it the right size. Chuck key. Oh yeah, magic. There we go. That's lovely. Now, if we take a look at our original design, there we go. You can see that the base down there, I did actually do that again. Do that again. I was on the tailstock camera. Turn that off and then come back to there. Okay, now that's now mounted in the chuck. And if we take a look at the original bowl shape design, you can see that the base just down here is cut in a little bit. And that was from when I originally designed the bottom of the piece here. It was going to be round, so I was going to put a scallop in the sides to match the actual bowl rim itself. But since then I've decided to actually turn it with a square base because, you know, I can, and it's a little bit different to, you know, perhaps, you know, so to, oh god damn, let's try that again. tailstock. Turn that off. Right, here we go. So now we've got that base mounted between centers. If we take a look at the original design here, you can see that the base has got scalloped sides. Now that's because when I did the design originally, I was going to do it round. So the base was a little bit like a donut, a little bit, but obviously not going all the way through. But since then, I've actually changed my mind to do the base square. So we're not going to have that little scallop on the inside. Instead, we're going to have a dish in the top and a dish in the bottom. And now we've got this mounted between centers, we can start, or I can start cutting that. And I've got the bowl here so I can do a test fit as we go down to put a little dish in here. Now this is Bear with me a minute, the battery in the microphone's gone. So, through the magic of preparedness, I've got another one. Thank you, whoever it was that rang up to let me know, or to get Natalia to tell me that that sound had gone. This should now solve the problem. Okay, let's go and have a look. Right, aha, there we go. You should be able to hear me. Let's just go back over here. Right, okay. That looks like we're all good. Yes, thank you whoever rang up then to say that the sound had gone. Just going to test fit the bowl again. That is just lovely. Liking that very, very much. So that can be sanded now. That is a beautiful fit. Now this won't take very long to do, the inside of this piece. And let's just flick all that round. Use a 2-inch disc on this, I think. No, 3-inch will be all right. Save me changing them. Right, dust mask on and extractor. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Right. Wow, that has come up absolutely beautifully. I'm going to switch off the extractor. But now I am left with a choice. I can either leave this, I can either leave it as it is, because it does have some absolutely gorgeous colour in it. Yes, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to be brave. Believe it or not, I am going to avoid the temptation of colouring it. I know I did the rim on the main piece, but that bit I think is special enough just as it is. Now I need to reverse mount that. I need to reverse mount it now onto a 3-inch vacuum chuck, so I can take the tenon off and do the bottom. Now hopefully I'll be able to undo. Yes, I can undo it like that and leave it on the chuck, ready for remounting on its little alignment spindle thing. So there's the 3-inch chuck. Set this up. Wind that in there. Oop. Put its washer on. Okay, spanner. Do that up nice and tight. Alignment taper. Right, so just as we reverse mounted the bowl, I'm using. Do that again. So just like we did when we remounted the bowl, I'm using an M33 3.5mm threaded Morse taper 2 into the back of the chuck with the piece still mounted in it, and that will allow me to put the chuck. God, let's take this out. Do it again. So what we did with the main bowl, I'm using I did Morse taper 2 here into the back of the chuck with the piece still mounted to it, so I can make sure that my alignment is absolutely perfect when it sticks to the vacuum chuck. Turn that on, and then I can take the chuck off. Now before I do that, I want to check something. I want to put my little maker's mark in the bottom of this, and I want to make sure I'm going to have enough room to do it. Yes, I am. Just needed to just double check how thick things were right down in the center of the piece there. because I want to put my maker's mark in the bottom. Now we can take that off. Okay, right, I'm really hoping the batteries of this microphone are going to last. Right, live center back in. Just for a little bit of support, because I'm going to be spinning this much faster than recommended, just so I don't chip out the lacquer. Okay, right. Bowl gouge again. Tool rest to a suitably sensible height. Drop the control box on the floor. And off we go. Get it spinning nice and quick. Now, you wouldn't normally use a vacuum chuck this fast, but with the tailstock in for a bit of extra support, I'm quite happy to. Light cuts. Let's just have a look at that. Okay, right, need a little bit more. Yeah, that's nice. I think I'm happy with that. Yeah, now I can start working the tenon off. Let's just move that camera. Yeah, now I can start removing that tenon. I'm happy round here. Look, I've got a little bit of a rise up, little bit of a dip there. In fact, I might do one more. That infamous one more cut. Now that should have put a little bit more of a curve on there. Yeah, there's a little bit more of a curve, which I'm happy with. Now I can take the tenon off and I can slow the lathe down to a more sensible speed to do this. And hope I don't go through the base. Stop lathe there. Pull the tailstock away. You know, I think I'm going to be all right there. Just take the tailstock down a bit. I'll probably take the rest of this off with a spindle gouge just to be on the safe side. Let's use a sharp spindle gouge, shall we? That will be helpful. No, I did say a sharp spindle gouge, didn't I? Let's try that one. Move the tool rest in a little bit closer. Okay, let's just try and tidy that up a little bit. There's a little bit of tear out there. Let's just try and tidy that up a little bit. I do have another one of these in case this one goes wrong. That feels better. Yeah, that's better. Now I've got to make sure there's enough. I'm going to sand it now, and then I'm going to put my maker's mark in there. Swing that round. Mask on.
Extractor on. Okay. Right, last bit. And then we're nearly finished. Yay! Right, extractor off.
Hoo-ah! Right now, I've got to cut a hole very carefully for my little maker's mark, and I'm just really hoping there's enough. There should be. I have actually left a little mound here, and if I get this wrong, I am going to be swearing, swearing, and swearing. Right, I'll do it with a parting tool. I can hear how thin that is. That's making me super nervous. But I've only got a little way to go. There we are. Now it needs to be a little bit deeper. God, I'm so scared. A little bit deeper still. That'll do. So I need to put some glue in there so I can unmount that. Oh, there's loads of room. There's loads of room. There's at least 3 mil, maybe 4. Loads of room. So I do need to put a little bit of glue on there, but first I'm actually going to put a little bit of sealer in it. Yeah, I'm going to put a little bit of sealer in there just so the glue doesn't soak through into onto this face here. Where's my thing gone? Yeah. So we're going to put a little bit of sealer on, just a touch. Let that dry off. Then we're going to put some glue on it. Right, let that dry off. Then we can put some glue. I'll do this bit off camera. Nearly finished, everybody. It's been a mammoth day. Thank you for sticking around. Right, so I'm just going to do this bit off camera because otherwise I'll have to just sort out a load, just realign cameras and stuff, and we really don't have time. So a little bit of glue in that little recess there. And then drop that coin in. Right, leave that there. Right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn one of these cameras round and point it into the shop, so you can actually see the piece kind of finished and mounted, because, you know, a lot of you have been here all day with me and I'm really grateful for that. So I will turn and point this camera around so you can see in the shop. I hope it'll go round anyway. I don't know if it will. Where's that pointing? Over there. It's annoying. Ah, there's the shop. There's the counter. Right. Right, I'll go and take the bowl out. And then I can focus on the bowl. I'll just put that there. God, has it taken me all day to do this? Wow. Talk about running overtime. Right, that's the tailstock camera. And then if I zoom in, oh, is that all the zoom it's got? That's annoying. Okay. That's about as good as you're going to get, folks, I'm afraid. Sorry, but you will see the final video when I've actually doing it properly. If we get it level. Right. Let's see if that's glue's gone off. Yes, it has. Oh, I'm not 100% certain you will be able to hear what I'm saying from over there. So I'll give you a few seconds just to let me know if you can hear what I'm saying. I've got a monitor in there, so I'll be able to read your comments. Oh, hang on, honey, you're going to be on screen in a minute. And it would help if I put that camera on, wouldn't it? Tailstock. There we are. Right, you're on screen now. Right. Can you read? Can you guys hear me okay? Ah. Obviously, this isn't just for you guys watching on social media. In a mammoth day today, so if you stuck around all day or you've dropped in and out, thank you very much. It's a finished piece, 18 inches by just under 4. And bowl, and we also have a little dish that the piece. There we go. That's that. Yeah, I think that is actually quite a nice little project. I've got no idea what time it is. Honey, what time is it? Oh, 3 o'clock. I'll tell you what, I will hang around for the next 30 minutes and do some with Natalia, of course. Okay, well, I can't help the microphone at the moment, but I will be moving closer to it in a minute. But anyway, I will hang around for half an hour, a little Q&A with you, just to say thank you very much. And I'll just bring that in here. Right, oh, that's the one. Right, I need to find somewhere to put this. But as I was saying, just in case you didn't hear that, I was hoping the microphone would reach that far, but it is a little bit intermittent. I'm going to hang around and do half an hour's Q&A with you, and then I'm going to go home and get ready for a really big charity event tomorrow. Okay, right. Turn off this microphone and turn that one on. Come over there. There we go. Right, there's only 2 more bits of recording that I need to do, which is the intro and outro. That's it. Stop recording and configure. Okay. Right. There we are. Right. Does anybody have any questions, comments, or queries about that? It did take an awful lot longer than I was anticipating. I think probably when I was thinking about how long it would take, I was thinking if I was just doing it on my own rather than doing it. And yeah, anyway, you get the idea. So if anybody has any questions or comments, then please do ask. I will be here I will be around for another 25 minutes. Doug, good question. How much more oil are you going to put on? Says Doug. Right, I will probably put one more coat on the actual bowl, and I will put a coat on each of the. I will put a coat on each of the two sides of the base. Thank you, Susie. Bowl looks awesome. Paul, that's a good question. Paul Kavanagh, having done this once, would you do it again? Yes, absolutely, I would, and I would do them in different sizes too, because I really like the fact you've essentially got two different items there. You've got one large utilitarian piece that will sit by itself on that little flat on the bottom, and you've also got that little tray that it actually sits in that can also be used as a tray for the bowl, obviously, or stand for the bowl, but also you could put something else on it. So yes, absolutely I would. Ugh. Shavings in my coffee. Oh. Now I've got a question for you guys. Did you enjoy it? And do you want me to do more live demos? Now I can't guarantee that they're all going to be free. But would you like me to see if I can do more streaming like this without doing the whole YouTube recording thing? Steve Kierval, when do you think the video will be out? Next week, I hope. Next week, I'm hoping, Steve. But it should only take, I don't know, maybe 3 hours to edit, if that. I hope it doesn't take any more than that. Hi, Lauren. And this video will be left on the YouTube channel to view back for a little while. It'll probably come off when the video goes live, and I'll link to the unlisted video. So, if that made sense. Hey, Frederick in Denmark. Hiya. You know, I really enjoyed it too. That's the biggest piece I've turned for a long time, actually. That's the biggest piece I've turned for a long time. And it's probably the piece I'm most happy with as well for a long time. Mainly because most of the stuff I've been doing is, you know, obviously demonstrations for clubs and what have you. And demo pieces are never done 100%, you know, perfectly or what have you, because there's always time pressures and what have you. Thank you, Lilac Tree, or Barry. Thank you very much, Barry. Hi, Gav. Gav, yeah, you asked a question earlier. I saw it and I didn't read it. So what was your question? And I'll answer it again now. Thank you, Steve Kierval. Dorset, yeah, I will do my best to do more lives. Now, as I said, I can't always make them. I can't always make them free to watch, but where I can, I will. You know, because yeah, I've got to earn some money from somewhere. So I think the more detailed, professional standard demos, I think there may well be a nominal fee for. But stuff like this, messing around doing a YouTube video, or a YouTube recording, I will see what I can do to stream those. I'm gonna have a quick vape. Sorry, I don't like vaping on screen. I don't like it, but it's been a long day. So in fact, what I'll do is I'll change camera. better. Oh, yeah, I'm really pleased with that. I'm going to have to see if I can sell it now. Amy, hi Amy, how are you doing? Good to see you. Amy, that's a good question. If I do some videos that there will, if I do some demos that they'll fee for, how would you be made aware of it? What I'm planning on doing, Amy, is I'm going to be rejigging my mailing lists, both for my own website, msabensmith.com, but also Hampshire Sheen. And I will be putting a new list together or a new structure or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I will make sure that you know. Don't worry about that. I will make sure that you know. Nicola. No, not Nicola Cavill. Steve. Sorry. It's the weekend, so Steve is known as Nicola. Sorry, Steve. Will you be at Harrogate this year, Martin? Yes, I will be at Harrogate on stand 198, I think it is. Or is it 124? I can't remember. But anyway, yes, we will be. Both myself and Les will be there demonstrating, and Natalia and Les's wife Liz will be floating around and helping us out as well. Apart from on the Saturday when they're going shopping. But Steve, are you going to Harrogate? If you are, I need to know. If you're going, I want to speak to you. If that's all right. Now, Gav has just said, why isn't everyone in the chat a member of Woodturning 360? Well, for those of you, I'm sure most of you know, I mean, there's 51 people watching now. I'm sure most of you know that back in 2020, I started a woodturning club called Woodturning 360. And it's £5 a month. And you get a professional demonstration from a professional demonstrator somewhere in the world, generally the UK, Europe, or the US or Canada. And they come along and they demonstrate for the group once a month in the Zoom environment. And then we have another meeting that is a discussion meeting towards the end of the month. And occasionally, somewhere in between the main professional demo meeting and the discussion meeting, relatively often, I will actually pop up and I will do an impromptu demonstration for the club. Similar to what we've been doing here today. So if you are interested in taking a look at that, head over to woodturning360.com. woodturning60.com. There you go. Cheers, Gav. I feel very self-conscious. Where's it gone? Oh, let me go and grab my box. My box of controls. Oh, that's torn it. So I'm just trying to get my box of controls back over and the USB cables come out because it's covered in shavings. Let's see if that works. Let's see. There you go. If anybody's interested, head over to woodturning360.com. There you go. Right, are there any more questions or queries? We've got about another 10 minutes before I head home, because I need to get ready for a big charity event tomorrow where we are raising money for a good cause locally. Hope the weather's good tomorrow. The event I'm involved with is Victorian cricket, which is which is quite an interesting, quite an interesting, fun, big time fun day out tomorrow, actually. Right, another sneaky vape. Right. Okay. There aren't many more questions coming through. Thank you, Steve. I will let everybody know how much we raise tomorrow at the cricket. The charity we're raising money for tomorrow is called Home Start, and they're a nationwide charity. But we're raising money for the local the local branch of their charity, and they help mostly young families that are in need of some support and stuff like that. You know, it's a really good cause. Really, really good cause. And I have my costume ready. I am dressing up as a Victorian ringmaster. I don't have a lion, though. I've got a dog who looks a bit like a lion. But I won't be taking him. He's scared of people. So I dare say there'll be some pictures posted up somewhere tomorrow. Right, so if there are no other questions for me about anything, I am going to sign off and say thank you very much indeed again for joining me today. I do hope you have enjoyed it. I've absolutely loved it, and it has inspired me to do some more lives for you soon, or as soon as I possibly can. The next few months are absolutely mentally busy. So if I can squeeze one in somewhere, I'll squeeze one in. But some are normally for a shop or a wood turning shop. You know, summer's normally kind of tail off a little bit, but you know, we're beginning to teach more. I do have a few more videos that I want to get down. I've got to go to Waco, and I've got to go to Denmark. Oh God, it's such a hard. So if I can get another live or two in for you, then I will. But otherwise, you can look forward to seeing the edited version of the bowl from today. That is not going to be 5.5 hours long. I promise. It will probably be about 20 minutes, maybe 25. But that's going to be it for today. I'm going to go home and get ready for this event tomorrow. Thanks very much, everybody. Good night. Have a super weekend, and I'll look forward to seeing you again soon.